Hello, welcome to the September 26, 2025 Club Cubase live stream. My name is Greg Undo, and I'm the host of the live stream today. If you have not attended a live stream before, how it works is you could actually ask questions just by typing them into the chat field or sending questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. When asking questions, it's always helpful if you could specify which version of Cubase you're running, if it's the level of Cubase LE, AI, Artist, Elements, or Pro. Also, if you could specify the version numbers, if you're running 12, 13, or 14, which operating system, that information is often helpful. When asking questions, realize that my ability to respond to questions overall may soon be eclipsed with a number of questions. So I will go through all the questions chronologically as asked. But if we could avoid asking, if you don't see an immediate response to your question, if we could avoid asking the same question repeatedly, that would be appreciated. Just kind of slows down the whole process. We should have an index of all the topics discussed in today's live stream pinned to the top of the comments field after the live stream, so several hours afterwards, so you can quickly navigate to look through different topics and quickly go directly to that portion of the video. If you want to see topics that have been covered in previous live streams, we have over 41,000 index topics. You can go to cubaseindex.com, and we want to thank Jan from Stockholm for creating a wonderful site. We have two people that serve as moderators, Jazz Dude and Agent K. They're not Steinberg employees. They just do it to make it a better community experience, so we want to give heartfelt thanks to them. We'll also give extra acknowledgement to Jazz Dude for his work with the unofficial Cubase Nation Discord, which is a wonderful resource of information for people in the Steinberg community. Just kind of a list of links, articles, videos, files to download. So we appreciate everything that you do for the Cubase community by keeping that site updated. So once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America, and I primarily focus on Steinberg products there. And I'm the host today. I'm presenting from just outside of Washington, D.C. area in the United States in Alexandria, Virginia. And if you're watching us live, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. And with that, we will go ahead and get started. All right, so we see a link that Jazz Dude posted about how to adapt MIDI in real time. All right, we see Stefan from Sweden. Great to see you on. We have Roland Stuff checking in from Sussex, England. He's wishing everyone well. We see Jan from Cubase Index sending greetings from Stockholm. We have Alexander Plasko sending greetings from Connecticut in the United States. Eric B, great to see you back from the Netherlands. Jan from Cubase Index is giving Jazz Dude kudos for his official formed unofficial Cubase Nation Discord. Always wonderful to see Jazz Dude on. We see Ted Springman checking in from Sherman Oaks, California. Tony Trunzo checking in from a very early Saturday in Australia. Thanks for getting up early to join the meeting today. We have a question from Bratman Studio. Rick asks, is this the last Friday Zoom meetup later? So it's actually going to be on Tuesday will be the last live stream of the month. So it's going to be on the 30th of September. So we'll have our Zoom meetup. So usually what we do, if you're not familiar, we will start do a 2-hour live stream and then go into like a Zoom social meetup where, people are on the live stream can kind of meet and interface with each other and get to know each other. It's always a lot of fun. Great discussions. All right, we have Rick France checking in from Pacific Northwest. We have Tim K saying hey to everybody, joining from Zeist in the Netherlands. His cat Buddy is waving a paw hello to everyone, including all the pets that are nearby. We have Michael Graybill checking in from Dallas. All right, we have Alan Salah checking in from Israel. And he just updated it to Cubase 14. Let's see if we have questions today. All right. All right, so let's go ahead and, all right, and we have Monos saying hello to everybody from Berlin in Germany. This is Cubase Forever, so that's great. All right, let me just do one of the questions that we had mailed in, so we can take a look at that. So one of the questions we had mailed in was how to easily turn off all monitoring or record enable on all tracks. Okay, so let's say we have a number of tracks here. So let me just add some. Or if you have virtual instrument tracks and some, you may want to not have those play. And if you have a large template, so let's say if we come over and we have these tracks, some of these tracks record enabled, and I quickly wanted to take the record enable status off of all tracks. What we could do is come over here to the project logical editor. We will come over, let's do a quick setup. So we say we want to transform, and we could do this to our container type is, I think we could just say track, and we will go to our track operation. We will set it to so we'll see monitor, and then we want to disable the monitor status. So let's see if we just come over here, and now when we do that, we could just disable the monitor status of all of the tracks. So when I come over, I see that these tracks are monitored enabled and some aren't. So we don't necessarily have to have like a button to turn that on or off, but we could just have a just a quick come over here to the project logical editor. It will say container type equals track, and from there we'll say our track operation, and we'll choose so come over here, track operation, and let's go to monitor. And then you could choose to toggle it, enable or disable. So if you just want to always be able to clear that, especially on virtual instrument tracks, so when you play that those instrument tracks aren't sounding, you could just come right over here, hit that button. And if we wanted to clear all of the record enable status of our particular plugins, so I'll save this as a quick preset. So we'll say sorry, I have that. So we'll just replace that. So again, just come over here. You could do that. Now if we want to do a similar concept for record enable, what I could do is just kind of switch the track operation from here, and we'll say to record, and then we could just disable the record enable status on tracks that have it. So if I come over here, we can now just simply do that. All right, let's go back to live questions. Okay, so we see from Roland stuff says, hi Greg, I sometimes create a chord track to help with harmony generation, but are there other advantages of having a chord track in a project? So I think it's always, I like to have a quick chord track in a project. So let's say if I was just kind of playing around, something like this. You know, so like if I get a track to play bass on, I will automatically, like if I'm tracking something, I like to be able to have the chord track. So let's say if I just do like a new project and I'm asked to contribute a part to it, I will just come right over here. Let's import quick audio file. And then I will make a quick chord track here. So say it's add a chord track, and I will drag it down to the chord track. So not only can we use it for kind of harmony generation, but if I was just recording parts and wanted to pass it on, and then I could say, okay, this is probably, knowing this material here, that this is probably a rock track. And when you see rock tracks that start off in kind of E flat, D flat, G flat, it's probably going to be tuned down. So in this case, what I could do is just kind of select, I'm going to select all of the chord tracks here. So I could hold down Shift and double click. And then we could just simply change our root note. So we say from D sharp or E flat, and I'll just say E. So now if I drop tune, when I go to actually, record my part, I can see the chord changes immediately here. So it's kind of like maybe like a 21st century music chart. So this way I could see that. Now if I wanted to actually create a chart, I could take the chord track here. I'm just going to create a MIDI event, let's say around those borders, and I go into, let's say, the score editor. I could just immediately see the chords automatically from the chord chart. If you wanted to make a lead sheet for that, you could do that very easily. And also kind of when doing editing of MIDI parts, I'll just go back to the previous example here. There's a lot of, great MIDI editing capabilities. So if I'm looking, I could choose to colorize my tracks, and I could say, okay, I want to colorize it by the chord track. So now if I'm moving a particular chord or note around, I can see that, if I come over here and, okay, I want to take this particular note and I move it to a note, so a note that's green is within the chord, a note that's kind of reddish in color, reddish orangish, is out of chord. So if I play this particular project here and we look at the bass part, and again, the bass part is, we come over and I choose to colorize again by the chord track, that I know that just visually. So let's just come over here to our scale chords. I can see that that doesn't fall within, that is out of the key. We could have notes that are also, as we move, we have notes within the chord or within the scale. So we can just kind of get an idea if that note is in key just by looking at the chords, by looking at the colors. But if I move that note to there, we can see that this probably won't work. But because it's a green note, green good, red bad, it usually works in most countries with stoplights. But at that point, you could just see, based upon the color, how that particular note will work when doing MIDI editing. So, and when doing stuff like even very audio editing, you can have that same color scheme so that that notes can be moved in and out of the scale as you see fit. So a couple things that you could do for chord tracks. And also another thing that's nice with chord tracks that I know a lot of my composer friends do. So let's say we have a track like this. And I want to put like just like a pad type of sound. I could just come over here. Let me just add a pad sound. So we'll just load up something in Hallian Sonic. And we'll just find kind of maybe, let's look for synth pad sound. Alright, so let's say I just load up a pad sound. Now, I'm not actually going to play a part, but I will just take the chord track here and let's just send it to the pad. And I'll just say, okay, I want, without having to do anything, I can just... So I'll just come over here, I'll just knock this up an octave. Let me just knock it up an octave, not down an octave. So I could just kind of have this chord, this pad that's triggered by the chord pads without having to have any notes. So I'll just kind of bring this down in volume and you'll see how this could just kind of fill out the track. So I don't have to program anything. I can just open up an instrument and have the chord track sound those particular sounds. So if you take this out, now the track, I always like parts where you don't notice them when they're in, but you notice them when they're taken out after it being in. So if we just kind of start with this in, we got this kind of mixed glue, something that's kind of filling in the cracks. And if we just mute that part, sounds kind of lacking, but we could just take just a chord pad and have that kind of create filler voices and parts just to make it a little more interesting, kind of make it sound a bit more polished. So just give you some ideas, some stuff you could do with chord pads, in addition to doing it great for creating vocal harmonies. All right, so I see Jazz Dude. So yeah, I'll send you some more Project Logical Editor presets. I think I lost some, but I'll send you what I have. Thanks for reminding me. All right. All right, Lunrick asks, hi Greg, how can I capture the MIDI of the Apache arpeggio from my instrument? I haven't found a clear tutorial on how to do this. Greetings from Latem. All right, so okay, so I think I did a tutorial. You may find it under the Q&A section of the Cubase YouTube channel, but let me go ahead and show you here. Okay, so let's say there's two different ways that we could capture our audio. So let's say we'll come up here to all right, so say Okay, so what we want to do, just not sure what's so soft. I'll just try it on another project here real quick. All right, so I'm going to come over and let's open up a MIDI insert so we could put the arpeggi on. So now when we play, we could just okay, so generally what happens is if we record, I'll just come over here. All right, so what I've actually recorded is just kind of the block chords that I played, and these chords then play back through the arpeggiator. Okay, so if we don't want, if we want to actually see the results of the arpeggiator, what we could do is come over here and just go to your MIDI menu and freeze MIDI modifiers. So now that's basically in essence taken the result of the arpeggiator and broken it down into our, the result of the arpeggiators. Now we could also just directly record that. I'm going to adjust one quick preference here. Okay, so another method, we see that we have the arpeggiator, so I'm going to hold a chord down, and then we turn the arpeggiator on. All right, so we see if we kind of hover over top, we see this little white line appears. I'm going to drag that down below. So we see this white line. We could grab like this little triangle and drag that down, so we see that we have this little green area. So things that are above this white line will get recorded in real time. So I'm going to come back now. So now the results of everything that I did with the arpeggiator are automatically recorded directly into the Cubase project in real time. So if you just have the block chords and you want to see the result of the MIDI arpeggiator, go to your MIDI menu and you want to freeze MIDI modifiers. Or if you wanted to actually record it in real time, you could just come right here and move this little white line from so make sure that that is below the plugin that you want to record. So right now we could record the arpeggi, but if this was moved up this line, we would now just have that on playback. So just kind of hover over, you'll see the line appear, and drag it down, and then you could record through the MIDI arpeggiator. Let me know if that's helpful. All right. All right, so we have John Costigan joining from Wisconsin. We see Tim Weinheimer wishing everyone a happy Friday from Mission Viejo. We have a question from Eagleface. Hi, Greg. What are the stock software synths available in Cubase? Can I please have a look into them? Thank you. All right, so one of them, if you want like a virtual analog instrument, this will be, utilizing. Just turn this off. So if you want to check out like, your virtual analog synth that you wanted to do here. So we could just come over and choose kind of. And so you have kind of 3 oscillators, noise generator, sub oscillator, but we could also just come over here and say, okay, this one oscillator, we could put it into like a multi. We can set a number of voices. And this instrument will also, so you're going to have your typical ADSR, your ADSR for your envelope. We could also come over here and do different LFO settings. So if we say, okay, I want an LFO to here, we can just kind of come over here and a full modulation matrix. You're going to have a built-in arpeggiator. So if you want to come over here and activate the arpeggiator, and let me just adjust the attack here. So we say, okay, let's come over to the arpeggiator. We could have kind of different velocity control here. So we could have kind of different control as well as effects. So if I want to come over here, or reverb, so we could kind of just come right over here. So kind of your virtual analog synthesis, if you wanted to work more with like a great instrument for sound design would be Pad Shop. So if you wanted to come over here, so this is going to be a granular synthesizer. So you could take kind of a very simple, a simple sound, like a simple sample, and drop it in. So now. So if you want to just kind of very complex sounds. And what's great about this is you can drag and drop kind of like different samples right in. So you say, okay, I like a particular sound. So let's just drop in that hi-hat sound and use that as the basis. There's going to be a built-in drum machine. So when you come over to the bottom, so this will be a drum synthesizer. So if you wanted to come over here, we could add a drum track. So you get all sorts of different drum synthesis capabilities. You can say, okay, I want a kick drum here on this particular pad. So you can say, okay, let's... and as we do this, so this will be kind of like not only can you have samples, but you could also have various, drum synthesis techniques. Let me see if the program's going to misbehave or not. I'm just going to do a quick force quit on this. You'll have kind of another sampling drum machine. Let me just do a quick force quit on that, sorry. So if we add a drum track here, we could just say, okay, I want to have this particular synthesis. So I could come over here, tune, we could adjust the decay. So if you want more kind of like classic 808s, you could select snares. And if you wanted to switch, so if you wanted to just simply adjust the decay of different instruments. And then, or if you wanted to just drag and drop samples onto there, there's going to be another instrument that's going to be included if you wanted to have like a sampler track as well. So I'll just add a quick sampler track. And now we could drag and drop any sample right from over here. So let's say, okay, I want to take, let's say, so say I have that. Now I could just come over to the sampler track and say, okay, and we could pick and choose exactly where we want this to start and where we want the sample to end. So we could just, here we would have all sorts of filters, and if we wanted to get into kind of modulation matrix in different envelopes, we have that capability. Along the lines of another kind of sampler would be where we go into our virtual drum machine. So you get Groove Agent SE, and this is kind of could work as two different instruments. So one would be kind of like a virtual analog or like a virtual drummer paradigm. So if I come over here, we could see kind of a real drummer, and if we want to adjust, you know, like our room mics, or we want to tune our snare. So, and this would come with all sorts of patterns to work with that we could manipulate. We could also load this up as a, like more of an MPC style drum machine as well. So if you wanted to drag and drop samples in, we could do this, and again with full envelopes and filters, amplifiers, different sample editing and built-in effects. So that is always a great, wonderful instrument to work with. Now also when we are coming over here, one of the other instruments is kind of a Hallian Sonic, which is plays back, you know, it's like basically a playback engine that comes with, it's playing back all of the Hallian libraries. So with Cubase, you're going to get like a full Iconica sketch, which is going to be like a full orchestra. So if you wanted to come over here and be able to say, okay, I just want to, you know, just come over here where we could switch between our different. You'll also will get like a really lovely, so lots of kind of like your typical, you know, Rhodes, pianos, all those, so different factory presets that you could organize. You'll have different synthesis options that come in, also like a really lovely, so you get a full orchestral library, you get sonic selection, which is just kind of like almost like full Rompler, synthesizer sounds, also Verve, which is a beautiful kind of felt piano. So if you want to have like pianos layered with different synth pads, really beautiful felt instruments. So all sorts of great instruments that come with Cubase. So and we could think of like Hallian Sonic as the ability of playing back, you know, a wide variety of instruments. So Retrolog for virtual analog, really creative sound design with Pad Shop. You have the drum machine for drum samples and synthesis, the sampler track, groove agent for kind of MPC style drum machine, as well as virtual drummer, and then kind of something that will play back just about every type of sound is Halligan Sonic. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Eagle Face. All right, we see Dwight Cunningham checking in from the Bahamas. He was watching a hurricane. I was thinking of you today. I hope you're spared from that. All right, D Harris Music says, I guess Cubase 11 and 14 Pro, when I installed via my plugins, I can't find it in Cubase 14. How can I fix it? So make sure that if you're in Cubase 14, if they're VST2 plugins, what you will need to do is to come over to your VST plugin manager. This will look a little bit differently. If you're working with this, what you may need to do if you're on a Windows platform, or if you're not running on Apple Silicon, if you're running in Rosetta mode, you may have to turn on your VST2 plugins, and make sure that all the plugins are 64-bit as well. But, by default, VST2 plugins are kind of disabled on Cubase. You could still run them, but we always encourage you to look for VST3 version for better overall stability. So go to your studio menu to VST plugin manager, and then just activate the VST2 plugins right from there. All right. So you see Bratman Studio says, "Hey Greg, and Cubasers leaving for Maui tomorrow morning. So jealous. Any suggestions on fun things to do? Been on other islands, first time in Maui. Uki lessons. Says Tuesday you may get a Zoom from a waterfall." So things I like in Maui, other people could speak up as well. I think it's, if you haven't been, do the drive up to Haleakala. So you kind of go from sea level to like 10,000 feet. It's kind of a top of a volcano. So I really like that. I liked going snorkeling in Molokini, which is an atoll. So it's like kind of an underwater volcano, and just kind of driving around. I haven't done the road to Hana, but I hear it takes like all day. But those things are great. But Maui is just one of my favorite places on Earth. So have a wonderful time in celebrating your anniversary. So, all right, so we have Martin checking in. We have Matt Elston. Oh, and one other thing we did on Maui, our last trip, we did the chocolate factory tour. So it's kind of near Lahaina in the hills. That was pretty interesting as well. You could go to a cacao farm. All right, so we have Martin checking in from Germany, Matt Elston saying hi to the awesome Cubase community. All right, Martin asks, question, is there an easy way to play an audio file in Cubase very slowly until it stops for listening analysis? So let's say I will take... So if you want it to be the same pitch, so let me just, okay, let me just, like if you're analyzing or trying to learn a song, you want it to be slower. All right, so just, all right, so let's say we have this song here, right? And we want to slow this down. So if we just kind of put it into musical mode, and then you don't even necessarily, if you just want it to slow down, what you could do is, like come over. So if I just adjust the tempo down slower, So say we'll take it down like more than half tempo. And then if we were to take it out of musical mode, now you could also play around with the track like in, so if we take it out of musical mode, let's drop it into a sampler track. And as you come over here, we could just say, okay. And there's like some really high quality time stretching here. So if we come over, let's get to like an extreme, we'll enable audio warp and we'll say spectral HD. So if I just hit a key, so if you want to kind of change the pitch, so we could come over here and let's say if we, so if you wanted to, so we could just kind of come over here and so you could, so you could do kind of real time stretching if you wanted to. You could play around in the sampler track or just kind of put it into musical mode and change it to tempo. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Martin. All right, wonderful to see Nick on. Says greetings from autumnal Essex, UK. I heard if you whack the like button, it enables you to count straight eights and triplets simultaneously with ease. Yeah, and if you do it every month of live streams, you could add the quintuplets in with your legs. So great to see you on, Nick. Hope you're well. All right, Roland Sepp says thanks for the chord track suggestions. There were more possibilities than I realized. Yeah. All right, just reading through comments. All right, so we have Sergo Casimir. Casimir just says he loves Retrolog. Jazz Dude says totally underrated synth. And Sergo also says he likes Pad Chop as much as Retrolog. Yeah, I mean, Steinberg's been doing virtual instruments longer than anyone. All right, so we have Uno Memento checking in from Finland, or he's saying hi to Nick. Great to see you on. We have Sunny saying, hey, everyone. Started learning Cubase 14 Pro this year and absolutely love the sound and rich feature set. Great to have you on the live stream. All right, so Ted Springman says, raising my morning organic coffee and cheers to Darren, a beautiful soul. I must get his wonderful book. Perhaps Steinberg or some other ambitious fan could keep revising the book with each new Cubase version. That's a good idea. All right, Ambient Esoterica says, checking in from cloudy California morning. Cubase user since 1999. Thanks for joining us today. Great to have you on. We hope the weather improves for you. All right. Hi, Greg. Any plans allow importing M4A audio file format directly into Cubase? Its default file type for default voice recorder app in Android phones. Yeah, I'm not sure why M4A hasn't been imported. I know there's a lot of people that capture ideas like, in a quick recorder on their cell phone will want to import that. I know with some of the video files, I'm not sure if this is the case, but with a lot of the video files, and I'm not sure if this is applicable on the audio side as well, but the videos can have variable frame rates constantly, so it could be 30 frames a second this second and 4 frames the next second to try to conserve space. I'm not sure if the M4A does that. But there are a lot of free converters out there, but I'll raise the point again to Steinberg. So, all right, we have Marvin Earl checking in from Rhode Island. Thanks for joining us today. All right, Bratman CDO says, thanks, Greg. We got a list in 7 days. So it's a great place. And, don't forget Maui just to hang out on the beach and don't do anything. So, but I hope you have a wonderful time. All right, we see Balsa checking in from Montenegro. All right, we see Jay from Secret Studios. So we see just asking if today's a live stream or is it Tuesday. So Tuesday is the last live stream, so we'll do our Zoom meetup then. All right, so we have a question. How to know the speed of music. So a lot of times what you could do is, let's say I'll take this out. We'll just, we don't know what the tempo of this file is, and it's live recording. So if I put my metronome on, my metronome isn't really isn't correlated at all. So if we want to take our project here, I'm going to select the event. We'll go to our tempo track under the project menu and say tempo detection. And we'll say analyze. So now when we come over here, let you know what I'm about and what is it. So, and we have, let's say, a pickup note here. So it's going to figure out kind of what the beats are. So I'll come right over here. Let's just drop this file in. And now we could see what the tempo detected is. So you can see this track is speeding up a little bit every single measure. Now, if you wanted that to play back a steady tempo, you could select a file, go to Audio, menu to Advanced, and choose Set Definition from Tempo. We'll hit OK. And now, once we've done that, it's basically embedded all of these tempo changes into the particular audio file, so that if we want to come over now and say, I wanted to play back a steady 172, and I can type any tempo that I want, so if I want to be 188, I want to be 160, 152, or if I want to follow the original tempo, I could also select all the tempo nodes here. So I could just right click, let's select all the events. And if we wanted to keep the same kind of tempo changes, but just kind of drag everything down, but still have the changes. So I can still keep kind of the original contours and speed up the tempo. So again, just come over, select the event, project menu, tempo track, tempo detection, and then you can find the tempo. Okay, we see Michael Teams from Weatherford, Texas. Just apologizing for being tardy. You don't have to apologize. We're just happy you're on. And even though it's autumn officially in the Northern Hemisphere, we will, still appreciate all of your ice creams, your virtual ice cream distribution. Okay. All right, we see Michael Teams giving kudos to Jazz Dude for the Discord and a moderation, and is giving him 1 gallon of chocolate cherry mash ice cream. All right, Ambient Esoterica says, my super wish for tuning script capabilities, microtonality. So you can do that already. So let's say if we want to just take, do a new project here. So not all instruments can respond to microtonality, but it is part of the VST3 specification. So let's come over here and just add a quick instrument track. Okay. All right, I'll just do a quick chord progression here on it. Okay, so let's say we have all right, so let's say we have our chords here. So let's go to your MIDI plugin, and there's a micro tuner, I think. All right, so let's say our root note, we're going to have, let's say, the key of F in this case. So let's say I want every third. All right, so let's say, okay. So let's say I want my A's to be really sharp, and I want my C's to be really flat. So now when we listen to it, so we can just come over, and then you could save that as presets as well. So if you want to do kind of, as soon as we come over here, let's go to, there's different factory presets as well. So if you want it to be pure major, so, you could, let's say with the tonality based on F. So if you want to, change the pitch of, and do micro tuning, you don't need a script for it. You could just simply open up the particular micro tuner plugin and do that. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Ambient Esoterica. So hopefully that will meet your super wish list. We'll give you that feature free. It'll be Christmas in September, hopefully. All right, so we see Jay from Secret Studios. His birthday will be on September 30th, so we'll wish you a happy birthday on his Zoom social meetup, and look forward to seeing you then, and hopefully share part of your birthday with us. All right. All right, Sergio Casimir says, in the latest version, I still haven't figured out how to import drum patterns from Groove Agent into the drum machine. I searched for similar ones in Media Bay, but it didn't work. So if you're looking for the drum pattern editor, so let's say if we come over here, all right. So let's say, okay, let's do a Groove Agent to start with. All right, so let's say I have this pattern. Let's just try this pattern. So let's say I have that particular pattern. All right, so what I want to do now is come over, let's add a drum. So, when we go into the drum track, we can't necessarily, like the drum pattern editor, we can't take MIDI and go into that because the drum pattern editor could do stuff that's kind of out of the realm of MIDI. But I'm going to come over here, let's add a drum track, and I'll just load up quickly preset. Okay, so if I wanted this pattern from, or let me just undo that. I could just come over here. Let's add, or I'll just leave that there. All right, so, generally when we program, I come over here to the editor, we could have kind of our own dedicated drum part here. So let's all right, let me just load up the kit here. All right, let's just load it up one more time. All right, so let's add our drum track. Okay, so we go to our editor so we could see, so let's say we have our drum pattern here in Groove Agent. All right, so now what we could do, let's say I want to mute that, but I want that pattern is, so, when we come over here and I'm going to take this track and we're going to set the output or the MIDI input from Groove Agent SE. So now, if we want to take that particular pattern here, let's try, let me see if I unmute this. Right, so I could drag this pattern from the Groove Agent SE to the drum part. So now when we play this back, and I'm not sure if the sounds line up, but at this point we can just take that pattern from Groove Agent and play it back. So if you want the pattern to come from Groove Agent, you can drag the pattern out from Groove Agent and just have that automatically play back sounds from the drum machine. What you can't do is just take this into the pattern editor. So we can take the pattern editor and convert that to MIDI, but not MIDI into the pattern editor. So, but if you want the Groove Agent patterns, so let's see what happens. Now, often in Groove Agent, we could have this be our MIDI input. So let's say if I come over, I may have to convert it to like a MIDI event. So let's see if I convert this to MIDI. All right, and then I play. So now I could have the Groove Agent pattern. So Groove Agent, once we have that turned on, can transmit MIDI information. So I could take the pattern in Groove Agent, come over here and set that as the MIDI input port. And that MIDI is going to the drum machine here. So now if I want to come over, so I'll play this pattern. So I can layer the two together. But let's say if I wanted a different sound, you know, we could just so that's how, you know, so you could have Groove Agent be the MIDI output, and then as Groove Agent is, you know, that pattern from Groove Agent can automatically feed. So it doesn't feed into the pattern editor, but that pattern can play back the drum machine sounds. And you could always just, you know, when you go to add a drum machine or add a drum track, just have it be a MIDI part as well. So there's a couple things to try. All right. All right, sorry, my chat field jumped. Okay, so you just see maybe this translation. I have sweaters that appear in Cubase 12, but not in Cubase 14. What is the solution? So if it's plugins, you know, check again that you come over here to your, you know, let me know, like, is it a VST2 plugin? Is it a VST3 plugin? But you may have to activate VST2 if you're running on Apple Silicon. If you're running Apple Silicon native version of Cubase, VST2 plugins won't work, but you could run it in Rosetta mode and do that. Or if on Windows, just again come here right to the VST plugin manager and activate VST2 plugins if those are the ones that are missing. You see Michael Teen's recommending the Road to Hana for Rick at Bratman Studio. All right, Drowsy Eternal, just reminding everyone that Cubase 14 and updates are on sale. We have Razel Zamini checking in from Denmark. Great to see you. All right, Balsa asks, hi Greg, when creating different macros and project logical editors, how do you create a step select the event in question when the event is under the range selection? Always having a hard time to do that. All right, so one of the tricks that you could do is, so if you need to select the event, so let's say if I come over, let me just go to my other project here. All right, so let's say if I need to select this event and kind of utilize it in the macro to select like this range, if you do a split, so let's say we do a Shift X, all right, so we've now split that, then just switch to the object tool. And then that event will be selected after using the range tool. So let's I'll just show you the macro. So let's say if we want to come over here, so we have one event. So let's get to our key commands and we'll do new macro. So we want to Okay, so we want to come over here. We'll just do a split range. I think it's... So we're going to add that command. Okay, and then when we go to Tools, we want to just switch to the Object Selection tool. All right. So now if I want to come over here, let's grab this range. All right, so now when I run this macro, so just switching to the Object Selection tool will, from the range tool, will automatically select that particular event. So now I say run macro, that event is automatically selected. So if I want to do it on this part right here, again, run the macro, so that event is selected. So just switching from the range tool to the Object Selection tool will automatically select kind of the, the selected range as an event, which is like super, super handy for macros. So I'm glad that Steinberg implemented that as kind of a solution. I think sometimes I would do a video showcasing something that had to do like 12 steps to kind of emulate that. So they made it so you wouldn't have to go out of your way to select a particular range. So let me know if that works for you, Balsa. All right, so Michael Team's birthday is going to be on the 29th. We wish Michael a happy early birthday. So we'll have dual birthday celebrations on the next live stream Zoom hangout. Okay. All right, we see Michael Teams has granted Nick 1 gallon of coconut almond fudge ice cream. Thank you for that. All right, Sunny asks, Greg, in chord pads, I select player settings as piano player and player mode settings. Mode equals pattern. Is it possible to drag an arpeggio pattern to piano track, example B or A flat minor? All right, so let's say I want to take like this piano part here. Let's see if this makes musical sense. Okay, so let's say I want to take that particular pattern. All right, so I'm going to come over to my chord pads. So right now when we trigger chords, we can just come over here and we could choose to have kind of like a piano. So if we go to pattern, we could, choose I think there's like typical piano player, or if we choose guitar player. But if we wanted our own pattern, all we would have to do is drag the pattern or drag the event right here. And now so all you have to do is literally just kind of take the pattern and just drag and drop. And you see right here where it says playing chords, drag it right over there. You'll see drop MIDI for patterns, and then So any little thing that you have in your project, you can just drag and drop it right onto where it says playing chords, and you could use that as a pattern for different chords. So let me know if that's what you wanted to see, Sunny. All right, so we see from Sergo Casimir, when I activate the drum machine in Groove Agent, for some reason Groove Agent patterns aren't initialized in the drum machine itself. All right, so make sure that when you're doing this, not every single, there's going to be some drum, some, like some of the legacy kits from like, Groove Agent 1, which is kind of the generation before, which didn't have patterns. But if you right click, I always right click on the agent itself and I say load. If I choose load kit, I could come over, and now when I come over here, we have our kit. So I could hear, but I don't have any patterns. But if I right click and load kit with patterns and load up the same sound, now all the patterns are there. So try right clicking on the agent and choosing load kit with patterns. So let's say if I do this and I want to go to a different library, let's see if I have like some of the early, like some of the beat agent kits. So these all, but some of the early kits that were done for Groove Agent 1, which didn't have patterns, may not have patterns. Let me clear my throat. May not have patterns that are associated with it, but just make sure that instead of just loading the kit, that you load kit with patterns. And you could also just, if you come over here, you'll see like this little window. And if you let's say we're playing this particular pattern here, we could go over here to styles, and I could say, okay, I want to come over to, let's say my studio kit. So I want to come over now. I could, so you could load up, other patterns independently of the kit. So you could play different patterns that, from other kits, and sometimes you get some really happy accidents doing this, something completely unexpected. So that's a solve. Let's say if I go to funk, so the patterns can be decoupled from the actual kits themselves, but if you want the patterns for the kits, try to right click and load kits with patterns. Then that will load the drum sounds with the patterns right there. All right, you see Nick is happy with his ice cream contribution from Michael Teams. All right, you see Michael Teams is also going to Maui in February. Sounds great. All right, we have Michael Marshall joining from Somerset, UK. Glad you can make it today. All right, so we see from Ambient Esoterica, says I've seen this capability, which is handy, but it's restricted to 12-note octave. The ability to do 31 EDO or 72 EDO would be amazing. So if you have Dorico, in Dorico, you could set the amount. I'll just show it to you. The tricky thing is actually having a controller that can play it. But let's say if I come over And I realize that you probably don't, you may not have Dorco, but there is a Dorco SE that you get. Just see if it's in. Just see if I can remember where. Let's see if it's in. Just hang on. Let me just do a quick search my other computer here. Give me just a second. And because we can take bear with me just a second. But VST3 instruments kind of do it. Let me just see if I can. Let me just see if I can find it in here. Okay, so here in Dorco, so there's an edit tonality system. So we could choose the number of divisions. So let's say if we but I think we can but here there is a way to kind of set the tonality of it. Let's see if we set a new tonality system here. I'll kind of see if I can get this for Tuesday's live stream, but I will see, because you might be able to do is to set the instruments. I think a lot of times in Cubase, most of the controllers don't really do it, but in Dorico we can. Let me just look. I know that there's a way to edit the number of tonalities. But I'll play around with it. But I know you can do it in Dorico. I'm just kind of having a brain cramp on it. It's been. So let's get to new tonality system. All right, so here we could say equal temperament 24 EDO. So if you wanted to have, but I think that we could edit this and kind of set the amount. So, but let's see if we put notes in and we go. Just set. I'll see if I could get it in Dorico and take it out to Cubase, but there is kind of a free version of Dorico. But here you could have kind of, but there isn't a MIDI controller that necessarily does it. So let's say if I make this like a G double flat. So let's see if I now export this. We'll save this. Let's get my path. I'll just put it on the desktop for now. And let's see if we can import the Dorico project, if that plays back. All right, let me assign this to instrument. Let's see if we get this. Yeah, I'll play around with it and see if I could get to microtonality, but but there isn't necessarily a MIDI controller that does it well. But there is support for it. But I'll spend some time over the weekend, see if I get like a better workflow with that. All right. All right, so we see Michael Teams has granted my family and myself 1 gallon of tropical pineapple coconut ice cream. Sounds great. All right, so we just see from Michael Teams, just asking Jazz, do you have a tutorial on free warp in the Discord? So I'll show you just a quick example of, I think if we, let's see if this is, maybe go back one more. I think we just did one. Yeah, so let's say we have, and we want to do kind of free warping on this event. So if you're not familiar with free warping, if we double click on an event, we could go to our hit points tab, and hit points are kind of automatically calculated for the particular event. So what I want to do in free warping is going to allow me to kind of rhythmically adjust different elements. So we want to take these hit points and convert them into what we call warp markers. And we could do that by going to this little create area here and click on warp markers. Now you may not see it until you actually activate the warp tool with free warp turned on. So now that we have this turned on, we have our warp markers. If you wanted to put your own warp marker in, you could just kind of click. But what you want to do ideally is if you're warping something, you want to be able to have a warp marker before and a warp marker after as an anchor. So if I want to come here, let's say I want this snare hit to be a little late. I could just simply move the position to start of that snare. So if we want to look at it now, so this is going to allow me, like if you just came in a little early or a little late on a particular note, you can just come over and warp. Now we could have this warp automatically if snap is turned on. So let's say like I have eighth note triplets here. I could say we're going to snap to, we're going to use the quantized value. So let's say, okay, I want this to snap, and it will kind of just snap right to a quarter note. So as soon as snap is turned on, as we move, it's going to just kind of fall into a quarter note. So let's say if I have eighth note triplets coming up here, and we want those, I would change my value here, my quantize to eighth note triplets. And now when I snap, again, it'll just snap and fall directly into the right place. And now we could have that rhythmically kind of quantized, but we can just kind of move it. So if I wanted to kind of do the next round of triplets, and I wanted these to not necessarily snap, but I want them to be more rushed, I could just kind of drag these particular values over. So at this point, we could just say, so these will be perfectly on time. So that way we could move our different parts. So if I didn't have a warp marker before or a warp marker after, and you could get rid of the warp markers. So just make sure you have the warp tool activated. If you hold down the Alt or Option key, you could delete. So if I have my free warp marker here and I move this, and I have something that probably should have an anchor there, you'll notice that when I move that, that other event moves. It's not kind of locked in place until we have a warp marker, and then as we move, we can just simply have that remain in place while this one can be moved directly as we see fit. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Michael. All right, Ted Springman asks, hi, Greg. Given a stereo drum stem in musical mode after tempo detection, so follows adjusting tempo, then I record a bass part. Will the bass still sync with the drums on changing tempo? All right, so given a stereo drum stem in musical mode after tempo detection. So let's say if I have, my musical mode done. Let's take a look at a quick example. I'll just do a different one that has tempo changes. All right, so the trick that you want to do just find my project. Here it is. Okay, so let's say we have a multi-track. I think this will answer your question for you. So let's say we want to come over. All right, so let's listen to this example. So again, we put on our click track and no correlation. So I'm just going to take like my drum overhead track here, since that kind of captures, and let's do a tempo detection of that. Okay, so now we have all right, so I want to kind of figure out where the downbeat of the files are. If we have a pickup note, okay, so it looks like our downbeat's going to be here. All right, so we have like a slight pickup. Okay, so now. All right, so I'm going to move my tempo and time signature to the top of this. So if we want other tracks to follow the tempo detected audio, so we tempo detected our drum parts, and now what I want to do is to take all of the events here. So I'm going to select multiple events, then go to audio to advanced, and I'm going to set definition from tempo on all of the events. So not just the drums, so the bass, the drums, the guitar. So now when I go to play, let's see, I don't think my saxophone was in music one. All right, so let's say. So now if I want this to be a steady tempo, now all my tracks will follow that tempo. Let's make it 180. So I could do it for a multi-track. or if I want to take the existing tempo and just kind of ramp it down, do a retard. Now, not only the tempo detector track, but the other tracks, if we did the, again, audio to advanced and set definition from tempo, then all of those tracks would follow the same. It's kind of an extreme amount. But you could say, okay, I want to take this part of the tempo, and we'll say, let's just bring it down and still kind of keep the proportionality of our tempo changes. Or let's go back to the original tempo. So as long as you just simply, select all the events or the events that you want to follow the tempo, and then do the set definition from tempo, those will all follow the master detected tempo from the drums. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Ted. Yeah, Bratman Studio just says they're taking Ziploc bags for lunch. As a friend sent me a menu, 2 eggs any style with bacon, $30.50. So yeah, if you go to like a lot of the if you want to tell me, if you're going to send me an email, Rick, where you're staying, I could maybe tell you where some grocery stores are and stuff like that, and or food trucks. So, but you could definitely get by a lot less. So. All right, so we see George checking in from Germany. Says, thanks, Greg, for hosting the stream and sharing your wisdom and for your incredible patience. So, all right. Sorry, my Chatfield jumped. Let me just... All right, reading through comments here. All right, ambient esoteric. I lived in Maui for 15 years. Not a bad place to live. So, all right. All right, so we see... Question, will Cubase ever implement a plugin to record any sound on the system? Just want to insert it into the stereo out and record. So, a lot of, because we're using kind of ASIO to minimize latency on systems. Sometimes system sounds are playing back at 32 kilohertz sample rates. Sometimes they're different sample rates. They have higher latency. But, most times, people would just use like a loopback device. So, it's generally kind of more of a hardware issue. But let's say if I want to come over here to a new project, I could come over here. Let's add... I'll go open up a web browser. So, all right, so let's come over here. Let's watch.
Right.
All right, so what I want to do is I'm going to set my system sounds. So my audio interface, I have the Steinberg UR. We could just say, okay, I want to send the system audio out of the streaming output. I'm going to add an audio track, and for its input, So we're going to select our hardware input. I'm going to choose streaming left and right. So we'll call this YouTube audio. All right, so let's say I place this in record. And now when I hit play,
open up this mixer in a separate window. So that's a bit nicer to look at. And in Cubase, it's really easy to set up visual preferences for your mix console. If we come up to the top right here, let's click this button here that says Set Up Window Layout. And there's a few things specifically that I'd like to see on my channel strip. For example, my sends and also my channel strip effects. And these channel strip effects here are the exact same ones that you'll find in your channel settings window.
Right, so
it's very convenient to be able to access these directly on your mix console. So if you
stop that, and now we can
visual preferences for your mix console. If we come up to the top right here, let's click this button here that says Set Up Window Layout. And there's a few things.
So, with audio hardware that's kind of set up for it, you could just record directly in, so what is the stereo out? When you say you want Cubase to just record the stereo out, is it stereo out of a different audio interface? Is it stereo out of what's in Cubase? Would those be synchronized, the digital audio clock synchronized in some way? So, but a lot of times you could just do loopback stuff. All right, so we see from Bratman Studios, Greg, two things. One, feeding the 2600 into an effects channel with Cubase's great effects makes it come alive like crazy. And two, Retrolog 2 is glorious synth once you figure out the matrix. So yeah. All right, Balsa has a question. Can you show how to paste Control V, Alt V works in correlation with 1, cursor position, range selection, 3, track selected, each effects, where an event will be pasted to has the priority in the project window? Okay, so let's say let's take an event here. Just okay, sorry, but making it so loud. All right. Okay, so let's say we have, I'll create a couple of blank audio tracks here. Okay, so let's say we have this event. Let's move it to earlier in our project window here. Okay, so our event is starting roughly at measure 5. Okay, so generally if I copy an event, so let's say I have this, I copy, and then when I do a normal paste, it will get, so let me just copy this, right? And now I select this track. All right, I believe it gets pasted to where the cursor position is. Okay, so if I undo that and I move my cursor position to start at measure 2, it will automatically paste based on the cursor position. All right, now there's also if we copy, if you hit Alt or Option plus V, and my cursor is at measure 1, if I hit Alt or Option plus V, that pastes it into the same moment in time, or paste it at origin. So now this track is selected, and regardless of where my cursor is where this particular event is always going to be placed at the same moment in time, at its origin time. So if I undo that, and now I did a normal Control or Command plus V, it's going to place it based on a cursor. But if I want it to be in the same exact location, I can select this track and hit Alt or Option plus V, and it will paste it directly in the same location on the selected tracks. Now let's try it with range selection. All right, so let's say I have that pasted there. I'm going to now paste, and it's going to be based on the cursor. So let's say if I come over here, let me just move my cursor. So let's say I've copied this range, copy, move my cursor back, I go to this channel, and then let's paste. All right, looks like it's pasted on. All right, so let me copy this. Okay, so I'm not going to select anything. Come here and paste. All right, so it looks like it. All right, let me just do it one more time, make sure. All right, so let's say I select the range, and this could also have an impact on your transport. So video follows edit mode. So let's say I copy that range, select, and if I paste there, so it looks like it's going to, all right, so copy, go to, I'm going to not select anything, and then paste. All right, so let's see if that's like the offset of the range. All right, so let's say I'm going to come here to, let's say our event starts at measure 4. I'm going to select the range here for measure 5 through 7. Copy that. Let's go to this track, not have any range selected. All right, so I could have kind of like almost a range cursor, and we could paste that. So let's say I select, copy this range. If I go to a different track and Alt or Option plus V, let's see if it looks like it pastes it on top. Okay, so the range will paste at origin. So let's copy. And now if I select kind of the point here, so with the range, I could kind of set its own locator point and paste based on that. But let's see if I do, and Alt or Option plus V will paste it onto the same area. So it looks like, you know, we have that the selection will be the normal selection when we copy and paste will be based upon the cursor, unless we copy, unless we copy the event and we do a paste at origin, so it will go to the same. But let's do a range. So if I copy the range and I select kind of anywhere here, we see this little vertical line on a particular tool, then we could paste based on that. And if we paste at origin, so let me move this out of the way. So I do a paste at origin, it will paste it on the selected track at its origin. So slightly different behavior, but let me know if that's helpful and makes sense for you also. All right, so we see from Sunny, says, Greg, so when I drag an arpeggio pattern onto the track, it plays like a normal chord instead of the arpeggio. Not sure if I'm missing something, a step. Thanks for sharing. So this is with the, like with the chord pads, they need to be actually played in. So let me just come over. Give me a second, let me find my. Okay, so let's say I'm over here and I just got my Rhodes going, and let's say I have my chord pads. All right, and I'll just load up a quick preset here. All right, so if I drag this out to the track, it's just going to play kind of the block chords because we dragged the chord out. But if I just place this into record and I just record the chords, so just solo this track. Let me just, take off my cycle. So now now that we've kind of played and recorded the events, the chord patterns are passed onto the track. But if we just drag the chords here, it's just going to be a block chord. But if we play that block chord from the MIDI controller and record it, then we get all of the arpeggiations. So let me know if that's kind of what you're asking about, Sonny. Great to see Raw Justice Hip Hop on. She's just left a Lightwave 3D meetup, heading over later to Nationals Park to watch Nationals take on the lowly White Sox. Good trash talk. Yeah, I was just at Nationals Park a couple weeks ago. Took my son, got tickets to go see the Lumineers, so it was a lot of fun. Got to sit in the box, the suites at the stadium. So Jeremiah was cool, hooked me up with some good tickets. So it was a lot of fun. Enjoy the game. Ted Springman says, if Beethoven was alive, he'd be here in Greg's hangout, the only DAW suitable for Ludwig. All right, that's a nice comment. That'll go into that'll be copied into my monthly report. Thanks. All right. All right, so we have Capo sending greetings from Finland. Thanks for joining us. Okay, so we see from Sergo Casimir says, perhaps there's a misunderstanding between us by patterns. I meant a set of one-shots that fit on 16 pads at the same time when converting them from the Groove Agent to the drum machine. Okay, so if it's like the samples, I don't think, they are two different instruments. But you probably could make... Yeah, let me see if there's a way just in the drum machine, but while they kind of do some of the same, there is a lot of overlap. They are two separate instruments, but let me just see if I come over to drum machine, if we add a drum track, if we could add multiple samples, because we could probably get it out of Groove Agent pretty easily. So sorry for misunderstanding. Let me just come over here to one shots. And let's see if we drag. All right, so let's see if I have these on an audio file here. So let's see if we, all right, so let's take a look. So let's say, I want to, if I have one shots on a Groove Agent track, Okay, so let's come over. All right, so if you need a quick workaround, so let's say we're going to add a Groove Agent SE track. I have these 8 samples, let's say, that are on and I want to convert those into Groove Agent. So you probably could save a MIDI loop if you wanted, if you're going to do this a lot. So let's come over here. Okay, so let's say just set my okay, so I'm going to duplicate, just come over here, quickly duplicate this note up. All right, so duplicate, and then, all right, so let's say I just want to save this. All right, so I could save this as a MIDI loop if you wanted to for transfer, but let's say I want to split. I'm going to come over here, hold down my Alt or Option key, and we'll split. Let me just make sure I have my snap turned on for that. All right, so I'm going to quantize all my notes here. Let's split. We'll set this. Okay, so let's say I have like this particular part, and you could save that as a MIDI loop. But now if I wanted to come over here, let's do a quick render in place on it. So I'll go ahead and export this as a MIDI loop. And we'll call it Groove Agent render out, so we could access it later if need be. All right, so now that we have like these particular notes that are saved out, we just come over to render in place. We'll go to our render settings. Let's do these as separate events. Hit render. See if I did that right. Just check my settings here. Okay, yeah, I'll just see, did I have a track selected? We'll just try one more time. If not, we could split it up. Okay, so you usually can kind of split it up, but I'll just come in here quickly and go to audio. Advanced, we'll detect silence. All right, and now that I have these kind of broken down, I could come over to my drum machine. So let's say I have my drum machine track here, and just drag, just select all the files. And I could just drag out multiple samples, kind of like that if you need to. So, but the two are separate instruments. So, well, there's a lot of stuff like, that you could do in Groove Agent that's not in the drum machine, and stuff you could do in the drum machine, like the synthesis, it's not in Groove Agent as well. Okay, so you see Ambient Esoterica does have Dorco, so thank you for that. Yeah, I know you could kind of set I'm pretty sure that you could put in even a user-definable tonality system and have it play back. So. All right, so Ted Springman just says, interesting how Groove Agent 5 conserves size with MIDI performance loops and larger recorded loops are sold as separate bundles. Is there resources where users openly share such MIDI loops? Jazz do Discord. So there's probably lots of user-generated loops. But it's generally you have the idea is you don't need like huge audio files when you could have MIDI that generates the sound, and then you could still kind of edit it at the individual component level. Their individual sounds makes it a little more flexible. All right, so we see from Balsa, it says, thanks, Greg, for the tip using the object selection tool and macros and project logical editors. I use combined selection tools default, so I assume I just need to make sure to go back to the combiner tool as the last step in the macro and project logical editor. So yeah, you would just switch, because I don't know of a keyboard way off the top of my head to indicate, to select a particular zone. So if you switch to the object selection tool, and then, and a lot of times, I may start, in like the last process, you could switch to the, particular combined mode of the object selection range tool. So. Michael Teams wants people to whack the like button. All right. Ambient Esoterica just says thank you. All right, so we see from Lunrik, is it possible to render a specific part of a track for the duration of the active cycle or loop? All right, so let's take a look. So let's say if we have just a cycle here. So let's see what happens if we just render in place. All right, let me just try. Let's try a new project. Bear with me for a second. Sorry, let me just turn my preview volume down here. Okay, so if we have, let's say, your left and right locators, and we do an export audio mix down, and we choose to put this into, we'll create an audio track, that will be based on only the left and right locators. So the export audio mix down is going to be based on the left and right locators. So let's say if we want to have that independent, so I'm going to select this, and let's see if we do a render in place. If it's just going to be, it's going to be kind of everything starting there. So we could probably do a macro. So let's say if we have this, if you want to just render that selection, let's come over here. Let's build on the macro that we just started. All right, so we're going to say split in select event, and then we're going to add a command, render with current settings. Okay, so let's see if we select just a portion of this and we run. So I'm going to basically split the range, go to my object selection tool, and then render in place. That seems like it should. All right, so let me see if I split this. Check the macro here. Let me see if my render in place is maybe adding a tail. Let me just check from a previous live stream. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay. Yeah, so now if I come here, so we don't need the macro. I just had my render in place adding a tail. So let's say I just select this, and let's get to our render in place. Then it's only going to render that particular selected section. Just make sure. So is it possible to render a specific part of a track for the duration of the active cycle or loop? So let's say if you wanted to, so the cycle marker, let's say if we want to, all right, so let's see if we get the range based on the cycle marker. Might be under select, let's say. So we could extend so if we enlarge the range to the next event, that's not based on that. So let's come over. Let's take a look at some of the other. So I don't see a Okay, so we could probably do it with a macro. So let me take a look. Come over here. So let's say if we want the range to the cycle marker here. So let's say our cycle marker is here. So let's say if we have a range selected, so we may have to start with the range selected, and then we will okay, so if I have a range here, so I want to move the cursor and go to the left locator. Let's add that command. Say all right, let me just find out one quick command here. Okay, so we're going to add left selection side to cursor. Let's come over here. We're going to go to the right locator, add that command. Then we'll say right selection side. All right, so let's say if I have a range selection here, I can now run the macro, and then it will automatically extend that range right there. And then let's do a render in place. So if we come over here, let's just add Right, so if we add that command, so now if let's say I have this selected and I want to render that. So if this is kind of set independently, I could now just come here and render just that particular section, just like that with this macro. So we can say, now there's also a preference. So just to be aware of this, and this could minimize the use of the macro. If you go to editing and you say range tool, let's say cycle follows range selection. So now if we select a cycle, the left and right locators are set, but I get the sense, and maybe I'm wrong. So if you have that, then you could just do a render in place. But if you want to automatically take, if those are independent of each other, so we could come over here. So I move, let's say, the range selection here, and I want to on this. So as long as I have just a little tiny range selection somewhere, I can now just come over here and just render with this macro. So basically, we want to go to the left locator, and then we're taking that range selection, moving it to the left locator. We're going to navigate to the right locator, extend the range selection, the right selection to the side cursor, and then just do a render in place. So let me know if that's helpful for you. And I'll leave that up for a second while I read the next question. All right, so we see Michael Team says, thanks, Greg. Great explanation and demo. So I guess it's probably with the free warp. So I hope it's helpful. All right, great to see John A. Walker on. He's wishing everyone well. Okay. So my chat field jumped on me. Let me catch up. All right, so you see Ted Springman just says, excellent. Thanks, Greg. So you're welcome. All right, so we see a question, how do I do left and right in MIDI? So generally, MIDI doesn't necessarily have a left and right. MIDI's like just almost like letters that, we can think of MIDI data as letters that, when you put letters together, it could play a chord, like if you're doing word processing, if you want it to pan MIDI tracks. So let's come over. And let's say we have like a MIDI track playing here and we want to do panning left to right. There is a MIDI CC message that will allow us to do panning. So say if we play. All right, so I'm just going to come over here. It's going to be MIDI CC 10. I mean, generally, so if you wanted to do via like a MIDI CC message, we could come over here and say pan. So we could say, okay, I want to take this part here, pan. We'll do a couple bars and then pan to the opposite side. So we could just say, okay, let me just switch this to step. So now if we're listening to it, we're here in our left side. Let's get switch to the right speaker and back to left. So this is a MIDI CC. Now if it's just playing back through a virtual instrument, I could come here. And let's say we open up. So I select my track, and now I could come over here. Let's write my panning. So we can, let me just put a pan message in the center here. So if we have the track selected and it's a virtual instrument, we could just do panning here. But if you need to do it in MIDI, like, for an external instrument or just within MIDI CC messages, you just want to select CC10 and that will allow you to do panning. But let me know if I'm misunderstanding. All right, so you see Dwight Cunningham. This is Greg. Thanks very much for the info today. I'm working on a project now. I'm applying most of the info today, so that's good. All right. So Darius Sarafi says it'd be nice to give the video a subject. So generally, if it's like a particular topic, what we do is answer questions from customers. So, I think that's kind of an effective way of people, being able to see and learn exactly what they want to. And I think people learn from other people's questions as well. So, but if you have a particular topic that you want me to go over, I'm happy to just do that. But generally we do kind of just open Q&A format. So. All right, so Sunny says, thank you, Greg. You shared very helpful information today. Stay blessed. So thank you very much. All right, great to see Anthony Clark on. All right, so we see Sunny says, yes, thanks a lot, Greg. Appreciate it. So you're welcome. All right, so we have, is it Teke Music, SO from Johannesburg, South Africa. Thanks for joining us today. Okay. All right, so we see Ambient Esoterica says, thank you for the stream. Finally able to join in real time. Yeah, it's wonderful to have you on. We hope to see you on future live streams. All right, we see Randy from Radar the Band. All right, all right, you see Anthony Clark typing in. Anthony Clark is good at 5 languages. It's impressive. Thank you for your help, Anthony. Okay, so you're catching up. We're about 11 minutes behind. All right. Okay, so we see Roland's N says, hi, Greg. I'm editing an individual imported GM mapped drum sound, which is part of a fuller drum pattern. It shows at A#0 in the drum editor rather than the drum name floor tom, and it doesn't respond to reducing the velocity. However much I reduce the bar length in the drum editor. Any thoughts, please? So if it's a general MIDI drum map, so let me know if you're playing it back through Groove Agent. If you're playing it back through Groove Agent, so, when we go to, let's say we add a drum map here. So I'm going to just, all right, so I'm just going to add an instrument track. Okay, so I'm going to load up a quick kit. All right, so we have our drum map. Now, general MIDI drum maps, I think, start at C1. So let's go ahead and I'm going to go to my drum map for this area. We have no drum map loaded. I'm going to open up the general MIDI map. So now when we go to create a part, We can see the drum map here. So generally the general MIDI drum map itself doesn't have an A sharp 0. Now what may be happening, like when we go to open up Groove Agent here, we can see that our lowest sample will be C1. So it goes like C1 through, and that's the case for most drums. So the lowest note is generally C1. You may have something for like spreading hi-hats out for all the different hi-hat. But check, because a lot of times if you go to the patterns, you can see that these pattern pads, like if we go to A sharp 0, if you're playing it in Groove Agent, that may actually be triggering a pattern in Groove Agent as opposed to the particular sample. Someone may have triggered a sound for A sharp 0, but if you're playing it back in Groove Agent, you may get, instead of the actual note, you may be getting just the pattern that's being triggered. And that could, now if that's the case, if you go over to the lower left-hand corner when you're in the pattern area, we can just simply click on this icon, and that will put the patterns onto a different MIDI port. So that way you could have 128 notes for MIDI patterns, 128 MIDI notes for triggering actual sounds. So that way you have a dedicated pattern port to kind of alleviate this issue with larger kits, especially if you have 42 different conditions for a hi-hat, and then you have, different cymbals, ride cymbals with multiple sample zones that are on different notes. So check to make sure, try hitting this button and see if the problem goes away, and see if the A sharp 0 actually looks like kind of a rhythmic event that is occurring all the time. But generally, the general MIDI map, the lowest note that you actually see here is for C1. So check those things out, and try just, when you go to the pattern tab here, and you could toggle back and forth hitting the letter E on your computer keyboard, try just clicking right here in the little MIDI port icon just to the left of Omni. And let me know if that fixes it for you. All right, so we have a question from George Conte. Can you recommend any USB surround panner joysticks that could be used with Cubase and Nuendo? So I think most of them kind of work already. That you could plug them in and use them as kind of a surround panner. The ones that I would avoid, sometimes, it's harder to get a motorized one. I think Harrison has the audio manufacturer company Harrison. I think they have a patent on motorized joysticks that they're like really, very strict about people not utilizing. So a lot of companies don't do that for fear of like a copyright like a patent infringement kind of scenario. And then, interestingly enough, I think Yamaha has the patent on motorized faders, and if someone ever tries to ding Yamaha, then they just say, okay, you owe us all your money for all your products with motorized faders, and then that all stops. But I would get a joystick that doesn't, and I haven't hooked up a panner, like a USB joystick for surround panning in a long time. But I would get one that doesn't spring back to the middle area. I think a lot of gaming joysticks tend to snap back to like the center area with springs, so that you have kind of like a known starting point. but you may want your joystick to remain in the same position until you move it, so that if you finish writing something, you let go of the joystick, it doesn't automate going to the center of the surround panning area. So I'm sure that there's people, that are actively doing it using a joystick. I know some people for the immersive, where you have the height channels. I know when we would do demonstrations, we had like a 3D joystick or a 3D mouse that people could use so that you could have the height controlled. But I could do some research if you want to send me an email to clubcubase@steinberg.de. I'd be happy to kind of share, see if I could do some more research on that if you want to email me. All right, so we see from Anthony Clark, and thank you for your translation, says, so basically as a MIDI that contains notes linked to a VST instrument, he wants to pan the MIDI file and asks if that's possible. So let me know if what I showed earlier, I know this may have been before I showed the MIDI CC10 panning, but let me know if it's still needed, and I'd be happy to kind of show it again. We could do a different example. Like if you want to do hi-hats, I'll just do it real quick since we have Groove Agent open here. So let's say I want to put in hi-hats, let's say on 8th notes. All right, so let's say if I want to come here and right, so if I have CC10, I could so let's say if we listen to this. Sorry, let me just solo this. So we could just kind of come over here, and this is just kind of crude, but let's say we could now take this hi-hat. So just use kind of MIDI CC10. All right. All right, Anthony Clark, thank you for your translation. Appreciate it. All right, wonderful to see Daniela on. All right. All right, so we see from Ball says, any reason why the play selection solo, and play from selection start are not working properly? The cursor doesn't react to those commands. All right, so let's say I want to, play from, I have this selected, so I have the event selected, so I'm going to hit Alt or Option plus P, so that event is selected. So that will start to play. So if I select another event, let's say this event starts here, I hit Alt P, not Control or Command P, Alt or Option P, that will play. Now if I want that to be soloed, I hold down Alt or Option plus Shift plus P, and then it will play back. So if I select an event, so an event has to be selected, then I could just, then that will, so Alt P will just play that particular event, and Alt or Option plus Shift plus P will play that event and solo it. So it seems to be working, but make sure, like, if you don't have anything selected and you hit, Alt P, it'll just kind of like, okay, and sit there and kind of look dumb. So make sure that you have an event selected and then hit the command. Or so again, if we have it, if we come over here, I think it's also the transport. So if no event is selected, so if I hit play here, we have this event, it'll start to play that event. And if I have this event selected, it'll start playing that, but it's really contingent upon an event selection. All right. So I think from Hussein, if I remember what Jazz Dude said, says Steinberg is generous and giving and does not skimp on their customers. Thank you. I'm with you from Iraq. Well, thank you for joining us, and we hope to see you on future live streams. All right, we see Danny on. Great to see you from saying ahoy. So great to see you, Danny. Hope you're well. All right, so see Ball says, hey Greg, could you contain plosives in Cubase or spectral layers, especially the short energy burst in the bass that they create? So yeah, so let me see, I may have a plosive, an intentionally badly recorded audio that's plosive. Let me see if I have it. All right, let's see if I can find it here. Let's see if I can just find the audio file quickly here. Let's just see if I can find a one. I think I have a good plosive file to use. All right, let's see if this is. I think maybe this file here. You may blow into the microphone accidentally. All right, so you may blow into. You may blow into the microphone. All right, so let's say, and I'll just go ahead and make this a little louder overall. You may blow into the microphone accidentally. Also be talking and accidentally hit the microphone stand. All right, so if we have, you may blow into. Sorry about that. All right. So I'm going to come over here and let's say, okay, we want to take a look if we have like plosives or just kind of low energy, like let's say we have like, you know, a file that kind of sounds a bit like this. So when we look at it in spectral layers, you may blow into the microphone accidentally. Where we have kind of like a plosive or like a breath. So when we come over here, let's just kind of navigate. All right, and then what we could do is, let's just come over. All right, so we can see that this is kind of like where our breath or our plosive is. So I'm just going to select kind of like a lasso selection. So if we want to just kind of come over here, let's just say more elliptical, maybe. And then if we wanted to just kind of come over here and just say, okay, let's delete that area. So now you may blow into the microphone accidentally from where we were. So this way you can kind of see where the energy is. So if you have a plosive or like a breath, you may blow into the microphone accidentally. So you probably hear, like if you have headphones on, maybe not through, but you can probably hear just low level energy. Blow into the microphone. So again, you could just kind of select that particular region, and I just delete twice, and now we could. You may blow into the microphone accidentally, and then kind of get rid of plosives and other kind of extraneous noises with that. Okay. Okay, so we see Anthony Clark Just says a question came to mind. Instead of drawing that panning, can we use a tool to draw in any shape? Yeah, let me just go back to. So let me just. So if we grab one, we have different drawing tools. So if we say, okay, let's just grab, let's say square wave. Okay. So now we'll see how this sounds. You may believe. Let me just activate this project instead. So if you want to just kind of use, so use the draw tool, put it into like square. And then if you hold down like the control key, you could adjust. It's just so we could kind of spread it out more here. So if you want it to just draw it in from the bottom here. I'll give myself some more space. All right, so I just want to see. All right, so again, we'll select square wave. So let's say we want it to be like like roughly that space. So now we can just use the draw tool. Then every other hi-hat. And you could use kind of the control key to draw in the frequency. So if you want it to be like every 2 hi-hats to be panned. So again, just hold down the control key. And we can say, okay, I want every 2 hi-hats. You could do stuff like that as well to just kind of create different patterns. So the control key will allow you to adjust the frequency of it. So. All right, so we see DaVinci Girl says it's for a fantasy hi-hat. I guess the best way to play, I guess the best is to play a real drummer and do a realistic hi-hat to pay the studio time is more expensive if I do it with piano roll. So I don't think that a real drummer would necessarily, pan, the hi-hat. Like they would probably in a real studio have one hi-hat, and do that, but I think it's perfectly fine to have music parts that aren't necessarily traditionally music based when you could just kind of pan that easily. So it's probably a lot easier to do that than hire a drummer, go into a studio, mic up drum kit, and because most drummers hi-hats don't pan, but it's a pretty common thing in electronic music. So All right, wonderful to see Gerald Ely on. All right. Just going to do a little Google Translate, make sure everything is fine here. Sorry. All right, so you just see maybe a question. It was written in Arabic, says the tempo is calculated once or twice before it starts recording. So generally, the tempo will be indicated once. You can change it afterwards if needed. But let me know. Maybe Anthony could translate if needed, if I'm misunderstanding or my Google Translate isn't working. All right, Ben Tyerman asks, hi Greg, if you purchase Nuendo, do you get Spectral Layers Pro with it, or is it a separate purchase? It's going to be a separate purchase. There are times, I think there was a promotion in the spring where if you got Nuendo on promotion, that it was, I think that you could get a free grace period update to Spectral Layers, so sometimes they'll do that, but it doesn't come with it. It is a separate purchase. All right, Anthony Clark says, thanks for the translation, says he wants to see how to do a pre-count before recording that counts 1 or 2 times. All right, so if we want, let's say we're going to do, I'll do a new project here. Okay, so we want to do a quick recording, whether it's audio or MIDI. Okay, so I'm going to go to the beginning of the song, and you'll see on our transport we have this little thing that could do just right here, activate count in. So once we kind of hover over it, we can say activate count in. So right now if I hit record, it's just going to go straight to record. So if we don't want that, if I turn on my pre-count, at that point when I hit record, I'm going to get 2 measures of count in by default. Then it starts to record. And if you want to change that, I think if we go to your metronome setup, the number of bars for count in, if you want it to be 1 bar. So now when I hit record, I get 4 bars, 1 bar, and then it starts recording. So again, just make sure that you activate the pre-count here. And then you could set how many measures, go to transport to metronome setup. And then you could see number of bars count in. You could switch that to 1, 2, or 18, whatever you want. Okay. Gerald Ely has been granted 1 gallon of chocolate eclair ice cream. All right, wonderful to see Michael Pierce joining from Grand Chapel Studios in England. Says he completely missed Tuesday. Yeah, we had kind of an abbreviated live stream. I had to pick up my son from school. So we only went for about an hour and a half. So. All right, Michael Pierce has received 1 gallon of chocolate eclair ice cream from Michael Teams. All right. May have read that twice, sorry. Michael Pierce just asking, where has September gone? Yeah, even my son was wondering that. All right, so we see from Doug O says, Greg, what's the best method to use if I bring in a live recording? I use 60 minutes out of 10 songs. It's one long track. I want to do tempo map and then detect chords for various songs and structures. Okay, I would probably break it down to smaller segments, and I can show you how to do that. So let me just create a scenario here. Okay, so let's say I have, like 10 songs. This is like a long live recording, and I want to break it down to individual songs. Okay, so what I would do is just come over here. Let's add a marker track. Okay. And I'm going to add cycle markers. I'll put this at the top here. So I'm going to come over here. So let's say this is song 1. Okay, we have a little banter in between. Okay, this is going to be song 2. Let's say this is song 3. And our big finale. Okay, so let's say we have these particular songs. Okay, so I'm going to come over. And I've delineated I've set the cycle markers for the songs. So, and if we wanted to come over, I could say, name the songs. Such a great songwriter. All right, so we have named our markers. Okay, so instead of having to deal with, 60-minute audio file, especially if we want to do tuning and stuff like that, we want to break it into smaller sections. So we could leave the original recordings intact. And now when I go over to my file menu, I'm just going to say export audio mixdown. And we have the option here of choosing cycle markers. So I'm going to select all the cycle markers there. And just for demonstration purposes, I'm going to come over here and we'll create new audio tracks. So we're going to take these songs. I'm going to select multiple and select all of my audio tracks. We're going to select all the cycle markers. And we're going to say export audio. All right, let me just set a naming scheme here. All right, so let's come over to our naming scheme, and I want it to actually be the cycle marker name. So I'm going to drag that down. Okay. So now we'll export audio mixdown. Okay, and what we can see is it's automatically taken song 1, it's created new audio files that are exported, and then song 2, and these could all go into different folders if you want them, or you could put it into the same project. And these are all separate, distinct new audio files derived from the master recordings. Then I could choose to do tempo detection on a song-by-song basis. I could do my very audio editing and not deal with a 60-minute audio file. I could deal with an audio file that's the length of the song. So I would break it down like that, and then it's going to be a lot more manageable. You could still keep these tracks in here if you want. You know, I know some people will just say, okay, let's come over here. Let's mute all of these tracks. And at this point, we could say, okay, I want to mute those tracks, and let's just simply hide the selected tracks. So we can say, okay, I want to take those and let's hide them. So now everything is kind of broken down into individual songs, still within the same project. So if you need to kind of keep consistency where you don't want to, you know, if you wanted to come over here, you could just say, okay, I want to take all these tracks up, because this will probably be the same files. And I could just drag these files up here together as one entity. That way I could keep kind of the same. Once I have like the drums and the bass and, you know, the vocal sounds kind of dialed in, I don't want to have to recreate it for every single one. But we could just kind of have these as separate, smaller, broken down audio files per song. And I think that's probably the easiest way. So again, set your cycle markers around the song. Go to your file menu to export audio mixdown. You want to select your particular event. And on the export range, choose cycle markers, select those, and then you'll have each of the songs broken down into their individual files. So let me know if that makes sense for what you want to do. And let me know if that helps, Doug. Let's see. See Moongosh just commenting on the overhead or the panning of the drums, and doing it with real drums, says you have to pan because of phase problems with overheads, and it's a little more tricky. So all right, so Ben Tyerman says thanks for clearing it up, Greg. So okay, reading through comments. All right, so we see you ain't from Chicago. Great to see you back. Says, hi, Greg. I have a really messy session filled with samples and recorded audio from various sources. I just want to extract all the WAV files to open a new project for editing / further processing. So if everything is like really scattered and it's in a subfolder of a subfolder and you're not sure, you know, or if someone brings a drive and they have a sample and then they leave with their drive and you're not sure if that sample is in the project or it's going to show up missing, what I would do is just simply come over and go to your file menu and just choose to back up the project. This will ask you for a new folder. Define a new folder. So we'll say, okay, we're going to do this as September 26th, 2025. Okay, so we have new folder. It'll ask you, you could give it a new name. You could say, okay, do we want to minimize audio files? And this would be if we have an audio file that's 2 minutes long and you use 3 seconds of that. So it's not going to back up the 1 minute and 57 seconds that you did not use. You can make all the direct offline processing permanent. You could remove unused files. So if you have a bunch of files and It's like, oh, this looks like I thought I erased a bunch of stuff that was there, but it's still referenced in the pool. You don't have to carry that over. You could also not back up the video or include the mixdown folder. Then once you hit OK, it's going to copy all of those files. So everything's still going to be intact in its existing folder structure and looking in files, but this will move everything to a consolidated folder, and then you could just open that up and be super clean with it. So, and when I get producers that have messy sessions, like I had one big R&B producer who did like a whole, multiple albums for different clients all in the same audio files folder, and all of a sudden he would name a track the same. And then it's like he would delete a take and then do it again. And it's like, why am I hearing this client's vocal in this client session? Because he was like, he wasn't careful with naming files and folder and file management. So if you run into that situation, take your project, do a file menu, backup project, and then that will give you kind of a clean slate to start with. All right, so we have Mongoose just says, I have a question. Why are all the meters wrong and makes it that much harder to get on the right level? What would be the best meter setting for Cubase? So I'm not sure. I don't think that the meters are wrong, but let's take a look. So let me close this project. All right, so a good way of figuring out like meters is, let's just come over here. I'll just take that down and let's do like a simple test tone on a plugin. So if you go to an insert on an audio track, you'll see under tools, you'll see a test generator. So when you open up our test generator, we can now come over and say, okay, when we go to our mix console, we can see, okay, we have a test generator that's at minus 18 dB. So I'm going to set this to minus 6 dB. All right, so when we look at our meter here, so it's open, we'll raise this up a bit here, so we'll make it larger. So we look at the meters, and we can see that our input meter here is at minus 6 dB. And this is feeding this particular track because this fader is at 0 dB. This fader is being routed to our stereo out. So we can see that when we come here, it's our stereo out, and we're not adjusting the gain here, but we're just seeing this. So if I adjust my meter down, let's say we go to, that we will see this correlate right over here. So if we go to minus 6 dB on a fader, we'll see that our minus 6 signal that's on that track is now being sent to minus 6. And then we look at our meters, so we could see how this, has a direct correlation between, our particular, settings of our faders to right here. So let me know which meters. Now, sometimes I get this question with like VU meters in Supervision. So if I open up Supervision here, this may seem, you may have to, if you go to the VU meter, go to the settings and make sure that you're at VU dB full scale. So you may just have to kind of switch back and forth between like these different meter options here. But as you can see, when you just do a simple test tone, that the metering is kind of makes sense. So just put a simple test tone, check the levels on the test tone, and see if that looks consistent throughout your channel strip. So if I come here and I have this track going to a group channel, so I'll add a group channel to the selected channel, and then if I attenuate the group channel, we can see that this goes down this track is feeding it at minus 6 dB to the group. We drop our group by minus 10 dB, then we could see the change right here. So we could, just see the direct correlation between our gain structure and the meter. So let me know, if there's a particular meter that isn't working as you expect, but try again just utilizing like a test tone. It's a great way to kind of get a sense of, your gain structure and your meters going on in Cubase. All right, so we see from, I believe, Hussein, says, did not appear on the screen what I did below when counting before recording. So if you don't see the pre-count here, try to, if you see kind of the metronome, you may see 3 little arrows, and just simply extend that over to the right, and then you could get extended controls right there. So try that. So if you don't see the pre-count, just go to these 3 dots and hold the left mouse button down and extend it over to the right. Then you could reveal additional parameters. All right, Mongoose just asking if anyone uses a 10-point touchscreen for the Cubase mixer. So. All right, so we see Doug O says, that's awesome. Thanks, Greg. I never knew cycle markers could be used for this. It's that's a much better workflow. So yeah, it's perfect for doing those types of things. So. And a lot of times, like if I'm doing live recording, I'll just drop markers in live. So. All right, let me just read, sorry. Sorry, my chat field jumped. Okay, found my spot. Okay, reading through comments. All right, so just see, is it possible to export the tracks to the project only to save space? So yeah, if you export it, if we have that scenario before and we go to your, let's say, to your export audio mixdown, if you want it to, after export, you could just choose to create a new project. And then, you could put it into its own folder. So if you wanted to do just like one cycle marker, you could, create a new project. If you're doing multiple songs, I don't think it actually saves space. If you're, doing 5 songs on a hard drive, you could have it in 5 separate projects or one project. And sometimes if you're doing live stuff, I find that I like having it all in one project so you could quickly navigate back and forth to make sure you don't have, for consistency purposes, And that way, if you're working on, you have your drums dialed in, you don't have to load up another project and make changes. So if you make, like, oh, I want to tweak the snare just a little bit for everything, you could do it in one project as opposed to 5 separate projects. But I think once the files are rendered, the files will take the same amount of space if they're in separate projects or a single project. So, but let me know if I'm misunderstanding. All right, Mongoose says, I missed the LM7 plugin in Cubase. It says, I know it's on the DVD and you can install it, but that was epic. So the LM7 and LM4 presets will load into Groove Agent. So there's no problem still having that content, and you could treat Groove Agent like the LM7 if you wanted to. So there's no functions in the LM4 or LM7 that are not available in Groove Agent. I always understand the kind of nostalgia of, having great plugins and stuff like that available for your system, but all that functionality and all the content is still available for, for backward compatibility purposes. All right, Doug's question says, and if I do it this way, each track will be considered a distinct rate from a tempo detection perspective. So if you do, like, if you have your 5 tracks that are laid out, each one could have their own separate tempo. So you would just select, whatever track that you're going to do the tempo detection of. So if you have 5 songs, they could each have their own tempo detection within one single project. All right, so Anthony Clark asks, Greg, I have to mention Underwater plugin. I've used it on a clean beat intro by automating it to do some filtering and find out that it's causing noise. Can you test on a clean melody and render it? Thanks. Okay, so let's give it a shot. All right, so say we'll take this guitar part here. And so just listen to it dry. Okay, so I'm going to put the Underwater on. Okay, and let's go ahead and just automate this on the guitar part. Okay, so we'll just make sure our automation's playing back. All right, so let's render that in place here. See how it sounds when it's done. Okay, so listen to it.
Do you recall the day we first met? That was a long, long
So, I mean, it seems, I'll try it just one more time, just to make sure that it sounded clean. I'll just take off other processing on the track.
Do you recall the day?
All right, so I'll just do just a small portion of it. So let's render in place again, see if we get any issues.
Do you recall?
See a little noise there.
That was a long, long time ago.
I'll go ahead and I'll report that. Thanks for letting me know. I'll check it out and make sure Steinberg's aware of it. So I see it there, but didn't see it the first time. But I'll see if I could trace it down. So, all right. Sorry about that. You ran into that. All right. Okay, so we see from Mongoose says, but if I want to get minus 18 dB, then all the effects works best. And if you look at it, that way everything is above the headroom. If you mix like this, getting to minus 14 LUFS is easy. You have meter settings like EBU, etc. You can also put it on loudness. All right, sorry. My chat field just jumped. Okay, so you have meter changes like settings like EBU, etc. You can also put on loudness. For example, my SSL quad at 0 dB goes into my Cubase at minus 18, and when I mix, everything melts together and works like I expected. Okay. So let's talk about the meter in the tab that you have in the control room right now. So let's say if we have like our meters going on here, let me just.
It was 7th grade in the school parking lot, waiting on our yellow coach to ferry us home.
All right, so you could switch.
My way and your heart shone through. It caught my breath while you caught me too. Well, even now, I'm so in love with you.
So, I mean, there's obviously the different meter types that you could do there. All right. Okay, so he says, Mongoose just says, all right, so we'll compare this meter.
It was 7th grade in the school parking lot, waiting on our yellow
All right, so let's open up, let's say, our F3 mixer.
You looked my way and your heart shone through. It caught my breath while you caught me too. Well, even now I'm so in love with you, just like a long, long time ago.
All right, so, you know, like, let's say if you're at EBU, do you have it set to like -20? You know, there are different metering scales. Like, so this metering scale could be different.
And our first kiss, there was no regret.
Can be
right after that garden.
You know, so when we look at the meter scales here, so I think if we set this to plus 3 dB digital scale.
7th grade in the school parking lot, waiting on our yellow coach to ferry us home.
And it also can matter, like, you know, depending on your control room settings here. So let's say, you know, if we're looking at this, you know,
it was 7th grade in the school parking lot, waiting on our yellow coach to ferry us home. You looked my way and your heart.
You know, so like if my control room is all the way down, you know, we can see that, you know, depending on, you know, the meters that you have here, these could be independent, but I think that these will be, you know, and also like these meters have plus 6 dB or up to 12 dB of gain that you could adjust kind of in the project settings if you hit Shift S. You know, so there are different, you know, so this, I think this is the default channel meter, maybe plus 6 dB here, but, you know, this could, the channel faders could also be at plus 12 dB, so that may be like some of the changes that you see, but they're different metering scales probably. All right, wonderful to see David M. from Liverpool area joining us. All right, Roland Stubb says, thanks for letting me know about the Omni button in Groove Agent, very useful. All right, Quellen asks, hi Greg, how to quickly do automation? All right, so let's say I want to take this particular song and I want to automate the vocal. So we'll come over.
Time ago.
So if we click on W, W is write automation, and that will enable Read to play back the automation. So I want to take the guitar track.
My way and your heart shone through. It caught my breath while you caught me too.
So now when I play that back, we'll see the guitar track going up and down all by itself, and we can see if we click here on the track, we can open up the automation lane.
Well, even now I'm so in love with you.
So that's a quick way to be able to do track automation. All right, so we see from Hussein, says in the 10th version you can color the program to black, but in this version I cannot color it to black. Is there a way to color it? So like if you want like black backgrounds, you know, usually like if I come here in my operating system, and let's say if I go to, I think it's under general, let me just see if it's, you know, we could switch to dark mode. So usually we could just kind of come over to like at the operating system, set it to dark mode. So if I switch it to like a dark theme, you know, we could have, you know, and that now works on Windows 11 as well. So it's going to be kind of like your operating system. I like kind of the light mode myself, but maybe if you want to do that, you could do it at the operating system level. So again, just kind of come over to your system settings, and you can put it into light mode or dark mode. Okay. Reading through comments. Thanks for all the great questions. All right, so we see Mongoose says, now I think it, the meter isn't wrong. How I was using the meter is wrong. The meter is still correct. The mindset I was using was wrong. Yeah, so once you kind of get your head around it, it'll make sense to you. But all right, so we see from Da Vinci Girl says, I saw yesterday a nice video for Reaper, and they have a very nice send grid for routing. It's similar to the grid VST effect plugins in VSL. Very comfortable. My question, does Cubase have such a grid for routing? So, you know, if we're doing, you know, so there's a lot of flexibility that sometimes people will miss. Like, okay, if I want to send, you know, this guitar track to a group, you know, so let's say I want to do a group track here. I want to make it a stereo group, and on that group, I want to, you know, let's say I want to invert the phase of a reverb plugin. I could just come directly, you know, right here. Let's put an insert of the group. So let's say, okay, I want to put my reverb here, and now when we do this, I want to take that particular group channel, we open it up, and, you know, then we could come over and, you know, invert the phase there if you wanted to. So there's a lot of stuff you can do. It may be a little slightly different. You may send it to a group instead, but I think you get the same end result. Okay. Ted Springman says, does Beat Designer have some important functionality not already found in Groove Agent 5, or is it beloved for its simplicity? So the full Groove Agent 5 is you know, has its own kind of programming in it. But if we're doing kind of Beat Designer, there's some unique things to Beat Designer. So, you know, people do like the simplicity of it, and some other things that people appreciate. So let's come over, activate this. All right, so let's say we have this. I'm going to open up like a Beat Designer here. So some of the things that make kind of Beat Designer unique, one is you could trigger different patterns through MIDI. So that's pretty cool. Let's come over here, and I'll just clear the pattern. So, you know, so kind of making different stuff. So, all right, let me just make sure it's soloed here. So So let me just see if we have. So, you know, being able to kind of to adjust the velocity, so people like that. Also, if you click on the lower part, you could put in different flams. So let's say if we have a pattern here, something else that a lot of people like about the Beat Designer, and we could do some of this also inside of, you know, we could have 2 independent swing settings. So if I want to take like this whole pattern, I could choose to do, you know, more of swing 1, less of swing 2. So you could have kind of 2 different swing patterns, but also the ability to come over here and just say, okay, I want to, you know, quickly shift right. I can move the whole pattern over a 16th note, or I could also just reverse the pattern to get different natural variations. So, you know, I think a lot of times people may use something that's comfortable for them to go, okay, I programmed a beat and it worked out great here once, and they kind of will migrate to this for their workflow. All right, let me jump to some questions that were mailed in real quick before we run out of time. Thanks for all the great questions from everyone today. You can always send questions in advance by sending it to clubcubase@steinberg.de. All right, let me see if I have this one still. Let me open up a project I had prepared for this. All right, let me see if I can find this project here. All right, so we had a question. What if I have written or scored a song at, say, 75 beats per minute, but you realize that you should have been at 150 beats per minute? In other words, you realize it just makes more musical sense at the faster tempo. 16ths should be 8ths, 30 seconds should be 16th, etc. I think that the MIDI instrument tracks would need to be in time base and the audio tracks can't be in musical mode. But what about the chord tracks and the location tracks and time signature tracks? Please, can you convert the MIDI tracks back to musical once the tempo is changed as well? Will they snap? All right, so I may have done this the opposite way, but I'll show you the principle. So let's say we have a song here. We're at 120 beats a minute. So we have chord track, we have time signature changes from, so we have MIDI and bass. All right, so if we want to switch this to say 60 beats a minute, what we could do is just come over here. If I switch it to 60 beats a minute, I want the drums to play at the same tempo. But now when we played 60 beats a minute, we listened to it. My chord track is still kind of at 120 beats a minute. My time signature track is the same. And my MIDI is now going to play slower, but the drums, we want to remain constant. So we don't have the drums in musical mode. So when we do this, My MIDI is kind of playing a half tempo, and I kind of did the opposite, but we'll kind of show. All right, so if I go back to 120, all my drums will play back. So I want to be able to change like half or double the tempo with this. So first thing is I took a MIDI logical editor. So I'm going to select the MIDI events here, and we go to our logical editor, and I did a quick user preset. All right, so we're going to say type is equal to MIDI notes, and then we want to do length. I did divide by 2. In the scenario as described, we would choose multiply by 2 instead. All right. So I have that. So that's going to take my MIDI and take the length and position and double or halve it, depending on what we have for divide by or multiply by. So I'm going to do that, but now we also want to create some project logical editor presets, because a lot of times the chord track will stay in the same position because it's in musical mode. So we need to switch this chord track to switch to linear mode. So to kind of simplify this process, because I actually created a macro to kind of do this, I created a couple of project logical editor presets. One of them would be to come over to our, so we'll say, all right, so the first one we'll do is, let's see if we do, all right, so chord track to linear mode. So I did a project logical editor that said we're going to transform MIDI or media type that's equal to chords, and we're going to send the track operation to time domain track operation, and then we chose time domain, and then we're going to switch that to linear. So if I look at my chord track that I have selected, it's in musical mode. So if I change the tempo, it's going to be at the same musical positions. But if I hit this logical editor preset, we're going to switch that to linear mode. All right, so that's one of the steps. And we want to also take our time signature tracks, and we want to kind of change the time signature track. So again, we'll go to our project logical editor, and we'll say, let me find a preset. All right, so we did half time signature. So I'm going to say we're going to transform our time signature events here, where we switch from 4/4 to 2/4 to 4/4. And I'm going to divide by 2. In the scenario described, we would choose multiply by 2. Okay, and then I'm also going to half the tempo. All right, so this is going to allow me to say, okay, I want to go from 120 to 60. And again, in the scenario described, you would, instead of divide by, you would choose multiply by 2. All right, so I put all of these 4 things into a macro. So let's say we're playing this particular song, and we listen to the metronome. Our metronome's in 4/4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3. So that's our pulse. So if I go to my macro, and the macro that I've created, all right, let me just find the macro we made. I'll just build it again real quick here. So we'll say new macro. All right, so I want to just see if I, all right, so we'll say half tempo. All right, so I'm going to come to my project logical editor presets. So let's say we want to all right, so I'm going to change the chord track to linear mode. Let's add that. We're going to half the tempo of the MIDI events. And I'm going to divide the tempo in half. And then let's move the signature. What did I name that one? Oh, halftime signature. Okay, so now I'm going to listen to the file, and we listen to the pulse of it. So if I'm going to select my MIDI events, and what I want to do now is I'm going to run this macro, and our pulse is going to go to 120 beats a minute, and we want it to be at 60 beats per minute. So we see that now everything is running the same speed at 60 beats a minute. So again, I just came over and we want to do a project logical. We want to take the MIDI and, speed it up or halfway the length and position. We're going to take our signature tracks here and take the signature tracks and have them. We want, when we change the tempo, to have the macro actually switch the chord track to be on time. And that way we could just simply kind of do all of those 4 operations at one time, so you could have or double the tempo of your project just with a particular macro. All right. All right, so we had a question. How do you upmix a stereo signal to a 7.1.2 bed? So let's say, if I want to take, let's just do a quick Atmos. All right, so let's say I have a recording, whether it's mono or stereo. So let's say, this is, so it's not going to automatically say, okay, spread across this, So once I do this, let's say I have a mono guitar part, could be stereo. And what I want to do is I'm going to go to my, we'll go to the project menu, and let's choose to do our ADM authoring. I'm going to do my setup assistant here. I'll check these, and we're going to create our 7.1.2 bed. Okay. Now that I've done that, we want to choose how we're monitoring. So we'll choose binaural. So now that I've done that, it's being sent to our 7.1.2 bed. And as I, so it doesn't kind of automatically upmix it, but kind of the classic trick is just to go into your panner. So let's say So right now we're just kind of, and as I spread, you could kind of see in the mixer here that we could have all of our different channels and kind of up mix it for so now you can take your mono or stereo source and just kind of play it directly with the 712 panner, and then that will kind of up mix it. So let me know if that makes sense. All right. Okay, so you see, question, does it make any difference rendering-wise if I have the Steinberg audio or UAD driver selected? In my ears, it doesn't, but according to some guys online, it does. Now I'm unsure and just wanted to ask the pro. All right, so usually the Steinberg driver, so I would use the ASIO driver that's for your particular interface. So if you're on a Windows platform, we get to your studio setup, you would see probably just where we see your audio interface here. So, when you see like this Steinberg, there's a kind of a Steinberg generic driver. So anything that has a Windows driver, you could send audio through that. So let's say if you're working on a laptop and you're using the built-in audio hardware of your, like you're monitoring with like the headphone output on your laptop, that you could have a driver that communicates to that through ASIO, and minimize the latency. But it's kind of a generic driver that will kind of, work with any audio interface driver. I wouldn't anticipate a difference in sound quality for monitoring or exporting if you're sending that Steinberg driver out through the universal audio hardware, but there's no benefit of doing it. I would say it's that there's really no need to it, and I would probably err on the side of just using the dedicated ASIO driver, because there may be certain tie-ins for enabling different monitoring states, like direct monitoring, stuff like that, that is only accessed from the direct ASIO driver. If you're setting clocking, like an external clock, I want to clock this off of my BNC master word clock in my room. So stuff like that could only be accessible from the dedicated ASIO driver, depending on the audio interface. So I wouldn't anticipate a big change in sonic quality, but there's no benefit to using kind of the overall Steinberg generic ASIO driver if you already have a dedicated ASIO driver for your system. I haven't critically listened to any differences and done a null test, but that would be kind of my vibe, my feelings and thoughts on it. All right, next question. Hi, Greg. Have you heard of any issues regarding the use of Steinberg software, Cubase, Wavelab, Dorco, etc., with the new AI-powered Windows PCs? I'm thinking of replacing an old PC and exploring the options, trying to avoid problems. So generally, some of the programs can take advantage of like a GPU, like Spectra Layers does, but it's not required. So generally, those are kind of separate processes. So you may have like an NPU on some processors. I think some of the Microsoft Surface has NPU. So, and there's, always the promise, the promise of being able to run plugins on your GPU. And it always seems like it's, 3 months away, but it's been 3 months away for about 5 years now. And I think that there's latency issues, so I don't think that most of that will have an impact, on your audio performance of Cubase. I wouldn't buy a laptop that had AI features for that, because most DAWs are going to be using the standard, processor. Some functions may be offloaded to a GPU, but I wouldn't necessarily, use that as a purchase criteria. Like if it's like, oh, it's $200 more for the AI functionality, that's probably not worth it. I would go the extra money for RAM or faster processor or more processing cores. Okay. All right, question. Can you transfer only the very audio correction from one vocal track to another vocal track when two singers sing exactly the same thing, for example? So generally when we're working with very audio, it's not necessarily kind of the end result that very audio is doing. Very audio is taking, it's correcting a performance so that it actually kind of fits in. So, when we look at very audio, what very audio is going to do is it's not necessarily saying, okay, these are the notes that the singer is doing. What it's going to do is say that, these are the, we have to move this note this much to get it to where we want it to be. And I don't think any two singers would be exactly the same pitch, the exact same vibrato. So changes that you make in one, like let's say you raise it to pitch and that person was 13 cents flat and the other person was 14 cents flat. That, it could be so subtle, but that change, where you're getting, it's not the end result that is what very audio is doing. Very audio is taking the existing information and getting it to the end result. It's not the end result that's applied. So every single file would be different. There's going to be slightly different timing, etc. All right. Last question we'll do. Will there be a Groove Agent 6 that only does drums, or will be able to play riffs from guitar, bass, and synth as well? So the pattern pads in Groove Agent can already, play patterns that could be sent to any instrument. So if you want to do synth patterns, you could do that. If you want to do guitar patterns, you could trigger those patterns and send them to other instruments. So while Groove Agent is primarily used for drums, there's a lot of kits that will have like a bass sample, and you could have a melodic bass sample, and that way you could do like drum and bass music all directly in one instrument. So you may have one octave of a bass, and then you have the rest could be drums. So you could already kind of have different instruments playing out through that. All right, so I know that we are out of time. I want to thank everyone for all the great questions. We'll be doing our next live stream on Tuesday. We'll be going for about 2 hours, and then we'll have our Club Cubase Zoom social meetup towards the end, starting about 2 hours afterwards. I want to thank everyone for the great questions, and we'll see everyone back on Tuesday. And everyone, please stay safe and healthy over the weekend. Have a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you back on Tuesday. Thank you very much. Bye.